You know, it's a rare moment that I've got a track that I've never raced before. I've been doing racing games for going on 25 years. All the way back to the early days of Gran Turismo and Forza Motorsport, and I've pretty much seen every track that there is that's ever shown up in any sim, but not this one. I did some time yesterday and the day before to kind of get the lay of the land. This is a tricky one. It's got turns that I am traditionally not good at. Slow, long, off-throttle corners, not my thing. So this is not a place that I expect to do well. But we're going to see how it goes. I did some grinding, got myself out of trouble. No longer at risk of losing my A license currently. I'm at a 3.5 right now. I was at a 1.5 on Thursday after getting off stream. So I've dug myself out of the hole. Now we're just going to go out and have a good week 12, end the season hopefully on a high note. Decided to switch to the Mustang because, much to my pleasure, I have found that I actually love this car now. When it first came out, I couldn't drive it at all. It was death on wheels. I tried racing it in a league, and I don't think I finished a single race until I switched cars. It was not good. But ever since the tire and physics update, I've really liked front engine cars, so I thought I'm going to give it a try over the weekend, and found out I'm like 0.3 faster in the Mustang than I was ever in the Mercedes. So little bit of good news, bad news. I could have been racing it all season and doing so much better, but now at least I know that I love this car. So we're going to use the Mustang this week. We'll see about what goes into next season. I'm probably going to stick to one car. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I'm going to test, I think, all the front engine cars, because outside of the BMW, they're my favorites right now. I'll throw the BMW in there just because I see it's been fast this week, and it's had some other weeks where it's good. But I'm really happy to be in the Ford. Car sounds great, looks great. It hits all the right boxes. But we're gonna get going here. Decided to skip leagues this week for at least the Fox Teco League. I'm gonna do the ARL on Thursday, but I'm not in a championship fight in league, and I really want to get a lot of practice at this track. I don't know if this is going to become a regular for the IMSA calendar or not, but being a brand new track, I want to get as much track time on it as I can. Try to get to where it's not unfamiliar to me. Corners like this where you're just off throttle that entire time, it feels like. Not corners that come to me naturally. I have to force myself to not step on the throttle, not try to trail brake it, just let the car be neutral through the corner. I have to be like constantly reminding myself to wait. It's hard to do. Oh, cold tires. We're still cold. Still cold. Hope you're having a good night. Hope we're going to have a good night tonight. What's up, Charles? Good to see you, bud. At least hoping today is going to be better than Thursday, because, man, Thursday was a slog. Felt like I was just getting beat up. Just got moved into your new place. There you go. Congrats, man. I remember you talking about that. Now that you were saying that, you were going through the home buying process, and it is, you were learning all the fun things that comes with that. Well, congratulations, bud. I'm proud of you. Hope the new place is treating you well and you're not having any first-time home buyer experiences. Everybody has a moment with home buying that Makes them realize how different it is to renting. Ours definitely was, comparison to when we were renting a apartment, we had a water main blow beneath the apartment, and so the landlord had to take care of it. And then in our first home, our water heater exploded. I shouldn't say exploded. The bottom of it rusted through, and all the water ran out all over the basement, filled the basement with water. So two polar different, like same outcome. Everything in the basement got soaking wet, but in one of them, we had to fix it versus the landlord. That was our first welcome to home ownership experience. Didn't buy, found a steal of a deal, 5-bed, 3-bath, 2,400 square foot, rental for 1,700. I got you. Still, I mean, having like your own place just feels different. It feels good. So, still same reaction. Congratulations on the new place. Hope you're enjoying it. Big time, yes sir. Yeah, you're welcome. We got 3 minutes yet, so we're gonna go qualifying. Just enough time to get the rest of the way warmed up here. The thing I'm mainly worried about with this track is the track conditions. When I was doing practice, track temp was getting upwards of 120. So I have a feeling that over a 45-minute race, that's going to make a huge difference in the amount of grip that I have. And I've always had trouble taking care of my front tires on hot tracks. I think back to Watkins Glen a few years ago. In league, we had the same thing where it was like really, really high track temp. By the end of the race, I just had no fronts left, couldn't keep pace. And I haven't done any research or tried to go get coaching to figure out what I'm doing wrong, why I'm so hard on my front tires. I'm sure it's a simple little thing that I'm doing, but just haven't taken the time to figure it out. Other thing I'm worried about is that last sequence we went through of all those slow corners. I don't know how the blend's going to be with the prototypes, because it's basically one lane through there, and I don't know which, if the GTPs will be faster than GT3s through there. Typically when you get in those one lane spots, one class is getting held up, and it could be one or the other. It's not always GTPs being slower than, or GT3 being slower than GT3. Sometimes in slow sections we can be faster, and that can create problems. Also, I'm not exactly sure what that Porsche was doing, banging his head against the concrete wall. Maybe that's a Florida thing. I'm too Midwest to understand. But see, like what I was complaining about that corner not coming to me naturally, of having to just coast through it. Got on throttle too soon, pushed out wide, right into the wall. It's not going to do it. Well, that's the first time I've done that. We don't need to do that during a race. It's all right. We got time. I say that. We don't really have time. We have qualifying to work out some of the kinks before we actually go racing here. It's week 12. Just want to close the season out. It's been a good season so far. All in all, really happy to be back in the car. Really happy to be racing regularly again. Had a lot of fun this season. Had a lot of really big gains. See, I think it was like a 3,500 I rating when I started racing in 2026. Now I'm up to over 4,100. So I've had good, steady, consistent, good finishes. So it's been very, very satisfying. I should say it that way. Not the frustration that I've had in previous seasons. Monza withstanding. Monza was a Monza was an exercise in frustration. But all in all, I've been happy with it. So we are the 6th fastest in class. Or not, I shouldn't say fastest, but 6th in I rating. Being out making dinner. You're good, man. I appreciate you stopping by when you're able. When you're able. Why did that come out as one word? Miami. Yes, sir. I really struggle at this place. Thanks, son. Appreciate you. But I do really love a street course. I gotta admit, there's corners here that I have a really hard time with, but there's something about racing between concrete walls that just hits different. Even if I'm not super familiar with the track yet, even if it's got sections that I really haven't figured out and I can tell I'm losing a lot of time, it's been great. If you wanted to get back into racing, should you get a Moza R5 bundle and foldable rig? I would tell you to be cautious with foldable. You don't want your direct drive to be able to overpower your rig. And some of those foldable ones do not have a lot of stability for your wheel deck. R5 is a great place to start. But I would say make sure if you're going to get a tube frame, get one that has side-to-side supports. You don't want one that's just a straight up and down in the middle, because then that's not going to have any resistance to that side torque. And you don't want one that is just, you know, like cheap square tubing. You want the round tubing, and you want it to be like 1 inch or like 2 inch tubing at least to be ideal. When I got my R12, I had a cheap GTR simulator, I think. There's a cheap one I got off Amazon for like $400. And the R12 overpowered that thing right away. That's what I had when I was racing on a Logitech, and it could not keep up with direct drive. Granted, I was talking about an R12, not an R5 like you're looking at. But that's the one thing you just got to really be cautious of and try to think about, because that catches a lot of people by surprise, is not thinking about how stiff you need your rig to be to deal with the direct drive. The play seat is straight up and down, which is the issue I see with it. Doesn't have a lot of support. Yep, exactly. That will be your issue, because that single pole is just going to flex. It's not going to hold your wheel straight for you. And you end up, it's not necessarily going to be a big issue, but you end up losing some of your control when that's going on. Because if you think about it, as you're building tension, it's going to flex. And then once you find the apex of the corner, that's when all the tension is going to go out of the wheel. And so that's actually going to straighten you out a little bit, and that'll catch you by surprise. We can keep talking about this, but I'm going to focus now, because we got first lap of qualifying here. I don't feel like I got through that sequence very good. I'm leaving some on the table right now. That's okay. It's first lap. Whoa. Went rally through there. Didn't catch the bollard though, so we're okay. Almost bicycled the thing. We hit that hard. .57.1 for the first lap. That's fine. We need to find about a half a tenth. That hurt a little bit. Lost maybe a tenth through those first couple of corners. Back end tried to step out on me a little bit. Lost some time through the underpass, but still looking like a good lap. I wanted to find a half a tenth or half a second. It's looking like we'll make good on that promise right now. One more test. Just under 56.5. We'll take it. I do not know, though, how people are finding 55s at this track. Like going through that lap and trying to figure out where am I losing a full second. Don't know yet. There's obviously something I'm missing. Because that kind of pace isn't just trivial. Like, that's significant. So definitely need to be studying this track a little bit more than I have. Sitting in fifth right now, so we'll take that. That'll be a good place to start the night. All right, so Brad, I'm going to do some thinking on what kind of rig I would suggest for what you're looking to get. And I'll message you. Because I'll be honest, like foldable rigs, I don't have a lot of exposure to. So I want to go do some research and figure out what's out there. Big profile rig guy here. A lot of people really don't like this combination. Like, that's all I'm seeing in the chat is everybody's saying how much it sucks. I don't think it's that bad. I did fully expect this to be a lower participation week than the previous couple weeks. Actually, we're gonna do yellow because I'm in a different car. I gotta remember that. I'm not in the Merc now. Most of your racing will be LMU. That's where all the hype is. Foldables, what you're thinking for space, don't really have the room for profile. Try to balance budget, space, and the fact you primarily commentate. Yeah, I got you. I figured it was a...
We expect to be fighting for the podium.
You don't want to set an entire corner of a room aside, basically, for this thing that you're going to do, you know, when you get the itch for it. So I understand your mindset. I just need to... I need to do more research on that side of it. Need to get prepped for the fixed race because I'm going to have to register in the pits. And I really hate that we're going to have a full pace lap here. That's going to make it tough to get time to qualify in the fixed race that's in an hour. Less than that, 47 minutes. Like to do iRacing, but having to tear it on every time you need a commentary would suck. Yeah, that certainly would. And you're going to be doing 6 days a week? Brother, get that bag. I'm excited for you guys to sign Area and start streaming their races.
5 cars left to grid.
And karting season is starting up. Dude, you're going to be so busy. Working 2 full-time jobs over there. Area kicks off Monday. I got you. Well, I'm glad that all of the bugs seem to have been worked out. I hope I didn't just commentate or curse you. But seems like you're finally getting in a groove again. So that's good. Got to pay that mortgage. Yes, sir. Yeah, I tried to make doing liveries a second job there for a while, and I very quickly learned why art degrees don't pay the bills. So that's not something I do just for fun. I believe we're going to have 23 laps, if my math is correct.
Catch about 37.
Got the tires off. We're set to go. How much fuel do I want to take? Did I calculate? 9.8. We'll make it happen. We got a GTP starting from the pits. Joe is just straight up not going to stay in his row. Need to keep an eye on that guy. The other thing that's not going to be fun is I bet we're going to start on the backstretch coming to that hairpin, turn 17. That's going to be fun. Initially went to college for music. Don't do anything art related for the money. That's true. That is for the love of the game. You and your ISP were able to do some updates, fix some issues on their end, which helped. Plus some tonal tweaks on your end. Very good, man. Yeah, I saw you had messaged me that you had changed something in OBS, and that did it. Just glad it's fixed. Put it behind you. No need to dwell on it.
Catch up, Evan. Car.
Yeah, we 100% are. We're going to be flat out into the turn 17 hairpin to start this race. Oh, this could end bad, but here we go.
8 cars in. Green, green, green. On your right. Be on the left. 3 wide. Right side. 2 wide. To the left. To the left. Clear.
Oh, that was lucky. Between the 3 moving under braking in turn 17 and the 17 spinning coming to the checker or to the line. Lucky so far. Joe's kind of concerning me though. Get the feeling he's going to attempt some crazy passes in these first couple of laps. Pretty sure he's got to slow down. Don't move back in front of me. Just stay right there. Thank you.
And the right. And the left.
Wasn't trying to make a pass there. Was just trying to minimize the amount of time I lost not being able to cut that corner. We have a GTP already coming. Oh yeah, right. He pit start. I remember that now.
On your left. Stay on the left. Stay left.
I think that was about as smooth of a pass as we could hope for right there. Actually worked out pretty good. Joe's out of the draft too, so that's going to help. See to lock in and pull away. Perfectly happy to sit here in P4. Just a little kiss. Not enough to hurt anything. We're fine. Because here's what I know from qualifying. The cars that were ahead of me were all like half a second faster. So I don't feel the need to push the issue with anyone and try to move forward. It's more just take care of the car. Finish where I am now. And only 41 minutes to go. 21 laps to go. No problem. And Joe Bobma is gone. Noted. Raining might be a problem. Couldn't help but notice that he said incident was behind right as Raining was going around Joe. No more straggler GTPs anymore though. So we got some time to settle in before the leaders come through. Saw Tyreek Hill running this track, you think? Really? Like on foot? Or like in iRacing? Soon to be former Dolphin, it would make sense. Also, what's up, Zach? Oh, we got 3 or 4 cars that are all battling back there. You love to see it. We're just going to gap these guys. Have a nice calm opener to my Tuesday. Ask Mrs. O'Malley. She might get it. If not, check Discord. Oh, all right. I feel bad. That's like the 3rd or 4th time you've made a reference that's just gone right over my head. I'd like to blame it on I'm just that focused that my brain can't do anything other than race right now, but really it's just that I'm ignorant. He was going 100 through the parking lot at a home game and got detained. Oh! Oh! I get it now. Hey, I think I've done that too. I didn't get detained yet. Wait a second, who is this Guillaume Levesque? And why is he behind me doing a 56.3? He must have 1x'd his fast quality lap or something. Because I'm not about that. Just noticed no Merc. No. I'm doing the Mustang today. And probably Thursday. Well, for League, I'll do the Mercedes, but I did some testing in the Mustang over the weekend and found out that I am way faster in it now than in the Mercedes. I don't know. I guess it's just the tire and physics updates over time have just made it to where it agrees with me now. Not like that first time when I tried it and just died every time I drove. So we're giving it a go. At Monza, I was instantly 0.3 faster. At this track, I was 0.2 faster. Might just be my new home. Which is good because I love the sound of freedom. You say the 12 car's name fast sounds like a former president. I will look at that in a second. You're right, it kind of does. I wonder if that was on purpose or if that's his real name. Yeah, look at Guy Arm back there doing 55 threes. He didn't qualify or something. Oh, we're wide. Is it lap 6 and we're already going to start fading? This track temp is 117 degrees. I just know that at some point I'm going to lose the front end grip and just start pushing every corner. Oh man, it's already pushing hard. That's not good. He is probably going to take a dive into turn 17, and we're just going to let him go. He's got mad pace. Okay, so not 17, maybe turn 1. I'm sure it's coming. Okay, so he hasn't tried to send it past me yet. Turn 11, is it coming? Yeah. Here he goes. All right, he got by clean. We got our fastest lap coming up here. Sitting okay right now. Might be at risk of losing another spot back to Gary. Gary's the guy that spawned on the opening lap. He's coming back. Still 30 minutes to go, so if he does catch, I'm not going to try to fight him too bad. Too much time left for that. Not enough to gain by holding this spot. I see everybody cutting that corner like that, and I just don't see how that's faster. I tried it that lap, and it was not quicker. and it just seems to upset the car and make it want to get pitched around. I'm not about that. Maybe just a car specific thing. You know, that's probably true. I've been following Beamers this whole time. Maybe the Beamers can do it, what the Ford can't. That would be a very BMW thing to do, to cheat like that. Anybody remember the 2025 Daytona 24? See how much faster being smooth and just not clipping the curves there goes? I bet I get a cut for that. That was very close to ending the day. Or the Bathurst 12 a couple weeks ago. Did they cheat there too? Did I miss that? Dirty Germans. I'm just kidding. If you're watching and you're German, we're cool. That's unfortunate. We're pretty straight. I don't think it's bad. We'll see how it feels in the next couple of corners, but 28 minutes to go, we're going to clip that wall and give us wheel damage. That's not how you do it. To bear that in mind as we get back to Sector 1 here. We're about looped it last lap. I'm assuming it's my left front that's out of alignment now. It feels okay. We're gonna drive it. But let's not touch that wall again. That's a winning strategy on a street course. Don't touch the wall. I don't know if any of you didn't know that that was a secret, but now you're in on it too.
On your right. Clear.
That answers the question I had earlier. GTP's definitely slower through the underpass. Unless it was just that one guy. Whoa. Do I need you to yell at Nerny? No, it's okay. I can handle Nerny, no problem. Unless you just want to yell at him just because, then go for it. Looks like we're doing okay on pace against Joe. Gary might be closing up. Just monitoring the situation right now.
Left side. Clear on the left.
I gotta figure out why I'm losing so much time right there. Turn 6, 7, and 8. Killing me right now. I was up on 4/10 from where I'm at right now. All right, 2 more laps till we pit. Sitting in a nice bubble at the moment. Just can't touch curbs. Touch curbs slows me down so much. Still probably a couple more GTPs are going to come through before we pit. Gonna have to manage that. Been really lucky so far with where they've caught. Let's hope that holds out. There's something about how quickly that concrete wall approaches in turn 13 that really makes you see God in that moment. Takes a lot of faith to go flat out towards a concrete wall. Am I doing the Fox Seca? No, not today. Learning a new track and not in a championship battle in Fox Seca. So I wanted to give myself as much time as I could learning a new track today. Still thinking I'll join back for season 3 though. Not writing the whole league off yet, just the last 2 weeks. Not anything against the league, it's just the skill level is so high there that it's just where I'm at right now. It was more stress than it was actually enjoyable. So for these last 2 weeks, just wanted to have a nice cool down end to the season before I get ready for season 2. All right, pitting in this lap. Tires are off, fuel is set. We're good to pit. Still need to get registered for fixed. Can't forget that. Nice and easy. Remember, slow is fast. Get myself registered. All right, good to go for the next race. Now let's just get a clean out.
Okay, go.
A little bit of traffic on their way around, but we should come out in a good spot. Got dove in turn 6, lap 1, and race was over. Yep, it'd be like that. Part of it is too that because Chris is so adamant on giving out winnings, that brings out really the worst in a lot of drivers. Damn, racecraft is nowhere. That's also a problem for sure. The Pro League at least has somewhat of racecraft, but definitely in the AM class, they got problems. Chris wants it to be as open and as accessible to everybody as possible, which has its merits, but also drawbacks. I'm also honestly not very familiar with Apex Racing to know if this is pretty typical of just their series in general. Huh. No more wheel damage. I just realized that when I pit, I wasn't looking for a pit or a repair timer. I guess I just picked up a little concrete in one of my rims, and that was it. It just knocked it out, and we're good to go. Just gave that wall a little rub, and rubbing is racing. Speaking of, I was last week years old when I found out that I don't remember his name. I don't remember the actor's name. The guy that is in Step Brothers and Talladega Nights, that's not Will Ferrell, the other guy. I hate that that's how I'm describing him right now, but that guy. He's in Days of Thunder. I had no idea. My wife and I were watching that movie last week, and that's when I learned that that was him. I don't think we're going to move forward any spots. I think this P5 is where we're at, which I'm happy with right now. I'm just going to try to hold it to the end. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's spitting out now. Yep, there he is. It really wants to come around on me. Yeah, sure. I gave up a full second there. Absolutely, I did. That wasn't even close. I gave up like 0.4, and it gave me all that time back. I'll take it. Got away with one there. Oh, didn't get away with it there. Oof. All right. That lap was all about learning the limits. I'm in a bubble here. I don't think I can catch Aaron. I think I just got to keep Gary behind me. So that was all strategy. And that's the type of thing that you learn to do as you become a pro sim driver, is recognize when you have your opportunities to just completely throw away a lap, to find the limits of a course. As I completely give it up there. It's fine. All of that was intentional. Okay, let's just keep Gary behind us now. Car's feeling really good right now. The track temp is coming down, and that's an excellent thing. I'm loving to see that. It's down to 108. Can't even hardly boil an egg anymore. I'm getting so close to getting under 56 seconds, and I really want it.
The lead did
Man, I'm so much quicker through the Gary, through sector 1. The sector 2, he closes it right back up. If I can keep him out of the draft for the next 8 minutes, we should be fine to keep this P5. Just a little rub. Rubbin's racing. I'm a little concerned about when we're going to actually get out of this race, though. If I'll have time to qualify for the fixed race or not. So there is a limit to turn 7 that you can cut without getting a slowdown. Good intel. But we're up to 6x on a street course. That's not a good look. Give it a little bit harder of a tap with the right rear. And I do know that this car's rear wing is really sensitive. Even just the lightest touch will knock it off. What do we got? 3 laps yet? Oh, we're going to be tight on time. Still 2 seconds ahead. Don't ask me how I saved that. You're going to have to rewind it and study those inputs because I couldn't tell you. That was all instinct. I don't know how he didn't come around right there. That was almost the race. Got me up in the seat and I was just finding where the grip was. I was joking about being a pro sim driver earlier, but being able to react and save the car like that, that is all just the seat time I've had this year. All because of seat time. There's no substitute for it. Years past, when I was doing 1 or 2 races a week in only leagues, I would never have saved that. Still have 2 laps to try to keep Gary back. At this pace, he's going to be in attacking distance on the last lap. If I can keep him behind into turn 12, then all I'm going to have to do is defend turn 17. It's not going to help if I'm going to go that deep, though. All right, 1 lap. Fighting pretty. Can't talk. Too many words trying to come together as one right there.
On your right. Clear.
As we about get completely murdered by Pedro. Come on, man.
On your right. Stop the shot coming up quick. Clear. Left side. Down the left.
Oof. I got held up, but the good news is so did Gary.
Right side. Clear. Stop the shot coming up quick.
I don't think he's close enough to try to make a move in turn 17.
Left side.
I just need to not blow the corner and we'll be fine.
Left side. Into the right. Clear on the left.
He sure went for it, though.
On the right. That car stopped on the right. Checker flag.
He can act like he's unhappy about that, but brother, that was a send from the top rope. I didn't do anything wrong there. Gave him a little fade pinch, but I didn't move under braking there. Okay. Hung on to a P5. Thought I was going to die there at the end. Close one. It's also going to be a close one if we get to qualify or not. I may only get 1 lap. That'll be trouble. Hey, P5 to start the night, though. That's a good way to start. Now time for fixed. I have not done the fixed setup at all. I did practice the fixed setup at Monza in the Mustang, but I haven't practiced it at Miami. I did see that the IMO setup that I'm using is only -1 on the wing though. So hopefully it's going to feel pretty similar. I did like the fixed setup and how it felt around Monza. Very different track from Miami, granted. But the setup at least felt good. Felt familiar. Felt like I could drive it pretty quick right away. I should say, not quick as in I'm fast, quick as in I picked it up quick. How's it been today? I just got a P5. Started P6, finished P5. So 1 race down and a top 5 to show for it. So good start so far. But I don't think I'm going to be making it to the track in time to qualify and get 2 laps in here, which is going to be bad. You only gained 1 point. That 6X is not the way to do it. Good points, though. I'd like to see that. Come on, I need to get on track. There's going to be 6 minutes, and it takes 6 minutes to get 2 laps in. Oh, we're going to be so close. Come on, get me out. Get me out. I don't have time for this. Why are we still doing tech inspection? Why are we still waiting? I think that's it. I think we're out of time. Oh, it's going to be close. Say a prayer. Well, good to know. I need to be quicker. If I think I'm going to need to get through the first race or the open races quicker if I want to have time to qualify and fixed. If I can get to the line with 3:55 to go, we're going to have time. But I don't know. It's going to be close. It's the most pressure I've felt all day right here. Oh, it's going to be close. I don't like this. I think I'm going to be fully like 1 or 2 seconds short. No safety net. This lap is probably going to be it. You know what I did wrong is I went back and I watched that last corner. I watched that replay for a little bit. Shouldn't have done that. Should have gone out as fast as I could. That's on me. Yeah, I think I'm 1 second short. If that holds, though, it could be a lot worse. Especially since I'm not really improving here. So far this lap wouldn't even move me forward a spot. Oh yeah, I gave up a lot of time right there. We're going to start P5, it looks like. No. We're P8. Race Lab is not caught up to reality. And we're not improving, so P8 it is. Oh yeah, we didn't have nearly enough time. Oh, yours? I must have been. I was looking at overall standings were P8. Wait a second. Who is slower in the prototypes? Oh, we're gonna die. We are, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna get toasted. We got GTPs that are at 2 minutes. Ooh. You hate to see it. We're in big trouble.
1 lap to green. Line up on the right side. The estimated SOF is...
We need to take 5 gallons of fuel.
The road is closed. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Starting P5, we'll roll off there. We'll take it. I didn't get a good read on the setup. But the guys at the front were doing a 56.1, 56.4, and 56.7. I don't know if I have the pace in that on the fix, so we might have enough to move forward 1 spot. Ergo, not going to try and force something that's not there. We're in a good window right here with the car ahead. He's a 10th and a half ahead. Car behind was 3/10 back in his qualifying lap.
Waiting on the final car to grid.
Low strength of field too, only 2,000. That's not going to be good points. That's the thing that's tough. I'm in a good position to try to get a top 3 in the championship standings. But because of when I race, I end up in a lot lower splits and I don't have as much points available to me as some of the other guys in Division 2, especially on weeks like this that are less popular. I'm going to need to start racing on the weekend or something. Because right now, looking at the standings, I think I'm feasibly a top 5 in the Division 2 standings. Like a top 15 overall. if I get a good week, but I need a really good week this week. Like 150 points good week, and a 2000 strength of field doesn't even reward 150 points to the winner.
Jet stuff 9. Go. 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 Jet stuff 9. Go.
Well, I don't think I'm going to have much to gain in this race,
Jet stuff 9.
or lose, honestly. But based on strength of field, I probably need a top 5 to not lose iRating. So I think P5 is going to be the target. If I could get to a P4, I'd be happy. Of course, podium better, but I think I've got the pace just for P4 here.
Jet stuff 9. Go. Jet stuff 9. Go.
All right, bud. Enough with the brake checks.
Get ready. Going green. Green flag. Green flag.
Here we go. Hope this guy knows him to his outside.
Left side. Go there. You're on the left. You're left. So far ahead. Got a car stopped ahead.
Where? Okay, they're gone. Normally when we get told there's a car stopped ahead, they tell us go left or right. Blind right-hand corner and you're hearing that there's a car stopped. Need to know where to go. Pulling away from the field behind. You love to see it. Just need to keep that up for 35 minutes. Easy. That's no thing. don't think this guy realizes how much longer he made the track right there.
Go there. Clear.
Unless he was doing it on purpose, if he had to slow down, I don't know. He took a weird line. All right, P3, let's settle in here.
Going up now to get it to the finish.
Dayton throwing down a 55. Sebastian not far off of him. BMW sure seems like it's got the mark this track. It is so fast through this last sequence in the underpass. Car's feeling good now, though. Feeling a lot better than it did in qualifying, for sure. I get the feeling this is going to be another one of these weeks where it's just lapping to the finish. Unfortunately, that's just pretty typical of the IMSA series. Just a little rub. I wanted to open up that corner a little bit. That one concrete block was sticking out just too much. I just remembered too, there's a possibility of rain in this series. None today, look at that. No rain in this race, you love to see it. Not that I have anything against rain. I do like rain racing, but I have not prepared for it at all. And it's just a level of chaos that I don't need on my Tuesday. So although I am going faster than I was in the open setup, the track conditions are very different. Well, if I was going faster, track temp right now is 93, whereas it's been between 105 and 120 in the open setup. So that higher track temp's going to have a lot to do with it, about why it's slower in the open series right now. Woof. About bought the farm. Quite literally. About did a nosedive into the concrete wall. Pushing a little too hard. Just need to settle down. Just nothing happening at all. Seb and Dayton are just pulling away. Gislane's kind of staying right where they're at. And there are 5 prototypes still in this race, putzing around. And we've got 23 minutes to go. This is a snoozer. Seems like, again, I'm quicker in Sector 1, slower in Sector 2. Really should put the head-to-head up on my overlays, too. I've got that up for you guys to see, so you can see where I'm either pulling away or getting caught. think I finally actually put some distance on him there. A lot of pace I got to find yet if I want a shot for a win, though. Or I just need those two to start fighting and kill each other. Races are like Reese's. There's no wrong way to win them. That's what they say, right? I don't know. I don't eat peanut butter. I'm allergic.
Car in P2, just this fastest left, 55.50.
Oh, man. It's looking like a hoonigan through that corner. I'm sure it didn't look nearly as cool as it felt, though. It felt way on edge, and I bet it looked totally boring. That was not an exciting drift. That would get boos at a drift competition. Drift Fest, Formula Drift. I don't know what those are called. It's not my scene.
20 minutes to go.
All right, so I am losing time in 4, 5, and 6. Still 6 laps till we pit. So it's turn 5. Turn 5 is where I'm losing it. I'm getting too deep in 4. And that's setting up the whole issue through 5 and 6. So slow down a little more for 4. That's what we just learned. Go slow through 4, fast through 5 and 6. Got it. And I'm slow through the underpass. So I at least know where my weaknesses are, but I don't know how much I'm going to have for Ghislaine once he catches. Don't go so deep into 4 this time. A little earlier. See, there we go. You love to see it. Problem identified, problem neutralized, at least for this lap. Oof, really slow through the underpass that time, though. This guy is the one GTP that seems to have skill. I just mean in this lobby. I don't mean of all GTP drivers. This is just a very sparse lobby. Only 6 prototypes, 22 GT3s. Big oof. I was within the margin. I just need to figure out where I'm losing all this time in the underpass. I think it's just 13, 14, 15, 16, that whole sequence. Okay, so 16, when I try to whip it around like that. Fighting the rear end looping on me is a quick way to lose 3/10. No mystery that time. Just managing to stay ahead of Ghislaine. Just barely. But it's enough. Oof. Too early on the throttle. Concrete wall was getting big. 2 laps till we pit. I feel like Alex was in the pits early. Curious what happened there. I just said leaders pitting now. It was Dayton. Dayton boxed. Or towed it back, rather. I had hope for a second there that meant that Sebastian had towed it back. But nope, no such luck. So we're up to a P2. There's more than one way. And none of them are wrong. As the saying goes, it doesn't mean if you got P2 on an overtake or because someone else wrecked. P2's P2. That's how that quote goes, right? Great job. I mean, I passed a spun car, but thank you. I appreciate you. Every little bit's gonna matter. Oh, if I'm too early on the brakes on that corner. I don't know. The rear end just doesn't feel planted anymore. I'm not trusting the car. Just need a quick stop and get out ahead. Decent. I don't think I lost any time. Didn't lose a lot anyway. Not my cleanest pit exit. But he's at least moving backwards, so we didn't lose time. This car could become a problem though. Also not a huge fan that I'm in front of a Dallara now. In the worst possible spot for him to catch. Gislane's just moving backwards though, so as unfortunate as that timing was, could have been worse. We're still in this for a P2. That's going to help me a little bit, shorten the track up for me. Gislane is 5 seconds back. Yes, this is for position, but I'm positive Marcelo's going to have to pit.
On your right. Hold your line, hold your line. Hold your line, hold your line. Clear.
I probably didn't need to force that, but that was also sighting in for if I need to pull that move another time.
Alright, back to second place.
Three laps remaining, and we got 3 laps of fuel. We're good to go. Just a little 4-wheel slide into turn 8. It's fine. Under no pressure, so just need to get this one to the end. We got a runner-up spot, easy. It's just unfortunate that it's such a low strength of field and the points haul's not going to be there. Need like 150 points to have a good week. I think I'm going to get like 120 from a P2 and a 2,000 strength of field with 22 cars. I think it should be about 120. which is fine, but it's not great. It's not what I need. I think this is going to be one of those tracks that doesn't come back again. You know, I'd be inclined to agree, except that it's one of the few street courses that we have for IMSA, and it's new because they wanted it for, I guess, for the Formula cars, but also for Porsche Cup. So it may not, but I would have said the same thing about Aragon. There's virtually no participation in that race in IMSA, but it keeps coming around. I think, I don't know. It's hard to say. I saw some conspiracy theories of people talking about tracks getting pushed and cars being made OP when they're trying to boost sales on it, which I guess as conspiracy theories go, that's not entirely without merit. But I'd like to think there's more to it than that. And anyway, they got my money. Also, good to see you, Phoenix. Appreciate you chatting. Oh, we're fine. We're about to get the white flag. See, we're good. Doing just fine on fuel. Didn't this guy already go by once? Don't consider that conspiracy theory, just fact. Look at recent races, newer car is always faster. BMW GT4 came out, it was that. All games do that, especially Call of Duty. Well, Call of Duty is not a fair comparison. But no, I mean, there probably is some merit to it. I'm not going to say there's not. Not saying that I'm believing it, but I will point out BMW, pretty obviously the OP car at this track. It's a brand new package. They just rebuilt that car from the ground up. I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's a data point. One last corner and we're going to come home with a P2. Considering all I had in it was a P3, appreciate the donation, Dayton. We're coming home with a P2 and a 0x to boot. You love to see it. Now, if I could just get into a higher strength of field than 2000. I wonder if the 945 is going to even go official, if it's going to be like this tonight. Call of Duty, bad example. Yeah, I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you. I saw Dave Cam actually just put a video out complaining about the iRacing BOP. Because he goes to the Nordschleife for the Ringmeister. What was that? Last weekend was in GT3 was a Ringmeister. And he was talking about how the Ford is obviously the fastest car. And so he's just going to go drive the one that was, he saw virtually no one driving it and drives the Audi. And it's like, I hear what you're saying about, can things be better? Sure. I'm not going to say it's perfect the way it is. But the Audi is equipped for low speed, off throttle corners. That's where that thing thrives. If you are just neutral, coasting through a hairpin, it's on fire. And there's none of that at the Nordschleife. Not to mention, the Nordschleife is not a good track to get a litmus test on BOP at all, in any case. So, not disagreeing that things could be done better. See what I say, 120 points, we got 121. Look at that. It's like I've been around. Not saying that it can't be better, not saying that there are things that could be improved. But Ringmeister GT3, not exactly the pulse of the series or the pulse of BOP in iRacing. And his point was that he can jump in any car in LMU and they all kind of feel he can figure out what he needs to do to drive it. And that actually makes my conspiracy wheels spin a little bit of, okay, but how different are the cars actually in LMU then? If they all drive kind of the same, if the BOP is so good that everything's similar, are they even different? That's where my head goes. Don't know a racing game that has it where they release cars and trucks weekly or seasonal like iRacing. Yeah, it's kind of like your quarterly DLC. I mean, it's a live service. It is exactly that. It's what a lot of games are aspiring to be anymore for the wrong reasons, because it's a lottery market. You either hit the lottery and you make all of the money, or you strike out and you make none of the money, but you invest all of that money. So I see what you're saying, but I also think that iRacing is the only one that's not a retail game, right? Like LMU, ACC, you pay for it once and you've got a license. How do you explain a BMW catching up 27 seconds on the back straight and I didn't make an error? 27 seconds? That sounds like hacks, honestly. Is this something that happened in the NEC to you? I think it was, because you said BMW GT4. So you must be talking about that. I have no knowledge of that. Ooh, I registered in the wrong car. How much time do we have? How much time do we have? 41 seconds? We got time. I went on autopilot and I registered in the Mercedes and nobody stopped me. Where were you, chat? You let me sit here calling out Dave Cam like I know what I'm talking about more than he does. As I register in the completely wrong car. Oh, that could have been a mess. And it's not going to let me click join yet because it's about to start. Boy, there is no downtime in between IMSA races. And I wish they'd do something about that. That's my two biggest gripes right now. We don't have enough time between IMSA Open and IMSA Fixed. We don't have multi-class starts. Those are the things that I'm most perturbed about in iRacing right now. It's not enough for me to jump ship and go ride the hype and go to LMU. Not a sellout. Not saying anybody else is. That wasn't what that was. It's just personal opinion. I love iRacing. But that is the things I wish we were going to get in an update and what I was looking forward to, because they've teased it. They've talked about changing how the multi-class starts are, getting different classes, different green flags. They even talked about how they reached out to league owners to find the pain points, and they're working on upgrades there. Well, one of the things that I reported to them and said, please pass this on, was that I want to be able to separate people by class based on who they are. not what they register with, because I'd really like to make a GTD Pro and GTD AM class natively in iRacing. Right now, you have to use secondhand scoring, whether you build a scoring sheet yourself or you use a product like Extreme Scoring. That's what we do in my league. It's fine. The support's there. It works. It would just be nice to have it natively in iRacing, primarily because then my pro and AM drivers would know who they're in class with while they're on track and not after the fact, and not with me having to go edit nicknames and all that. Those are my big three things, and we got none of it in this update. It was all TCR updates. You get a new truck, get some other little things. It was a bunch of stuff I didn't care about. So that was a bummer. For me personally, not saying that I'm disappointed with iRacing. It's a product of them being so widespread. I mean, 5 different types of racing, multiple different levels of racing within those types, specifically in sports car and Formula car. It's inherent to the service. And I've had way too much time to sit here and yap. I want to drive. 15 cars in this one. I remember a number of these names. So it is looking like gonna be about the same as the first race 2 hours ago, which is fine. That's totally fine. I've got a safety net now in the fixed series. At least got 121 points.
Give us a few clean laps to get our fuel numbers.
Still need to find 150 to get a really good number. 130 is like the minimum that I wanted. But strength of field has to be there, and it's just not at this time of night, unfortunately. I think, or rather, I'm pretty confident that the majority of popularity for IMSA and GT3 is international. And that's why all the busy splits are during work hours for me. You're in the McLaren GT4, they're in the Beamer. It was Ringmeister. Over-exaggerated. It was 10.5 behind me on relative. He was able to catch right before the final turns. I do remember hearing that the BMW was extremely OP at that track. And again, not gonna say it's not what's happening. Just taking a different point of view with as much as there is in iRacing content-wise to perfectly balance every type of car across every track, every season is Herculean, especially when we're talking billions of laps are being turned in a season. That is an amount of data that they can't prepare for when a new car comes out. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they fixed the BMW now, right? Didn't it get bopped pretty hard, especially with the GT4 update? I seem to recall that. I also think that it was specifically Ringmeister where it had such an advantage. It was the fixed setup version of the BMW that was only broken. Oh, I gotcha. The fixed setup got a turbo and no restrictors, or a bigger turbo. I think it's turbocharged anyway. That's just because BMW is cheating. Haven't you seen 2025's Daytona 24? This year's Bathurst 12, heard they cheated there too. It's just BMW things. Don't ask me for details on the Bathurst 12. That was secondhand. What made you think of that is the NEC you brought up, BMW, and you split number 1. Oh, I gotcha. Are you saying the BMW never won, or you never won when there was a BMW? Because I think you're saying the second one, that if there was a BMW, you knew you weren't winning.
Green lap, green flag, green flag. Attempt the first time lap.
Track seems really dirty. Oh, when you drove it, the BMW was never faster. I got you. And I just completely broke focus right there. Whoops. Leaving a lot to gain for my lap 2.
Almost out of fuel. Bring on the
It's at least a respectable strength of field this time, so wish we had more than 15 cars, but if I can get a P7 right where I am right now, we should come out of this okay. This opening lap is shaping up to be more respectable than the one I had 2 hours ago, at least. Need to remember to brake earlier. I could brake so late there in the fixed setup, not in the open. Oof. How fast you are at the ring. You're shocked you're an AK by now? Because you don't do enough officials. Gotta race more. Do more than just the NEC. And you'd get there no problem. I scrubbed a 10th right there. Don't have the time with your children. I know what you mean. I'm right there with you. I'm making time for 8 races a week, essentially, by not hanging out with my family 2 nights a week. There is something to be said about showing your kids the importance of taking time for yourself. But I do like hanging out with my kids. And look at that. We just put in a 55.9. I'm happy with that.
Checker flags out.
We'll see if that P6 holds. I think it will. We're going to start P6. That was a good lap for me. But Nico with a 54.7. Absurd. I put the right setup on. We're just going to make sure that's not even the right season. Nope. 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 See, that was Masano. Okay. We're good. All right. I need to go to the restroom. I'm going to be right back.
SOS is 3,900.
We are going to roll off P6. You love to see it. It is a tight field, though. P7, P8 were both within a tenth. P9 was half a tenth back in qualifying, so we may have a bubble back there, but I think P7 is going to be where I need to finish if I don't want to lose iRating in this one. So I see, Phoenix, you said you're just very involved with your schooling and stuff. Listen, I'm going to just tell you straight up. If the two realities for you are be an 8K driver or be involved as a parent, and you're picking be involved as a parent, I'm going to say you've got your priorities right. 100%. When you did nothing but Formula V, you got all the way up to 6,000. Whoa! Realized you'll be screwed when you jump into different cars, and that's exactly what happened. Yeah, that was me in GT4s. I got up to 3,500 in GT4 and was like, hey, I'm pretty good at this. I'm going to go jump into GT3s, and I'm going to run with the big boys. And my first week doing full-time in GT3, it was Daytona, and I lost 500 iRating in that 1 week. And it's not even like it was pace. It was just, I was getting wrecked out. I was starting mid-pack, didn't know how to race people, didn't know the dimensions of the car, really, and just was wrecking a lot. Dropped yourself all the way down to 900, legitimately knew nothing about GT3s. I think the lowest I fell to was 990, something like that. But you're not down there anymore. And that's the key thing. Everybody's going to hit that point when they hit rock bottom and they're going to want to give up. And it's very important you don't. Never give up. Keep putting one foot in front of the other.
Catch stop 12, car. Catch stop 20, 6, car. Catch stop 18.
3,900 strength of field. Starting P6.
Catch stop 1, car.
Trying to become more involved in iRacing and do the IMSA endurance one. That is a fun series, I will say. 160 minutes is a good distance. The Michelin Pilot Series being 2 hours, it definitely seems like it's one strategy, which is just save fuel. But in the IMSA Endurance Series, there's a little more to it than that. Plus, it's just the right mix of cars. I think GTP, LMP2, GT3, it's right where it's at. It's good stuff. There's a reason that IMSA and WEC both do it like that. And mainly because it's on the weekends. Yes, sir. I wish there was more during the week. Because for me, really, Tuesday and Thursday is the only day I have available. Weekends are for family and for traveling to sporting events, usually for us. So Tuesdays and Thursdays are my day to have to me. So I wish we'd get one more endurance during the week. But is what it is. Also, we're about to head into daylight savings time, which makes it to where the Friday night IMSA endurance race is going to be starting at 9 my time instead of 8, which is just worse. Racing until midnight sucks. I like it when it's at 8, which is where it's at right now. Saturday is always yours, no matter what. It's either Magic Mountain, Disneyland, or iRacing. I got you. All right, here we go. Racing into turn 17 again. This time I'm at least starting on the inside, so got the good look in through the first turn. Really the last turn, but just gonna survive.
On your right. On the left. 3 wide.
As I say that, not how I wanted to start this. Front end damage to start, that's not how you do it.
Right side, 2 wide. On the left.
No, we're definitely 3 wide.
Right side, 2 wide. On the left. Clear. We got damage on the front gate. Right side.
Ugh.
On your right. Right side.
What was that?
You've got wheel damage. Looks like one of your wheels is out of alignment. You have left grip out there.
Come on, man. Oh, we are crabbed. Holy cow. I have no wheel. And we're done.
4 minutes 50.
Boy, that was a bad start.
All the damage is repairable.
I didn't realize how bad the damage was. Look at that right here. What's he great jobbing at me for? Is that the guy? I mean, is this what he's mad about right here? That was not fun. See, it just turns into me right there. I cut the track, not alone, brother. Do you see we're 3 wide? I don't care if it's not intentional. He just needs to understand that the situation he's in is not my fault. Because look here, look at this, look at this. We're 3 wide there. I get pushed. Where am I supposed to go at this point? Right here. Right here. Does he see? How much damage do we have? 5 more minutes of repairs. Well, you hate to see it, but we are going to lose quite a bit of iRating here. That's all right. We're still up on the day, still up on the week. Can't be too mad about it all. But what I really need to know is when that tire is fixed. It's slowly getting there. This track is being that it's a street course. I can get back out there with a mostly damaged car and at least limp it around. So it's all fine. So as soon as I see that wheel stop moving, I'm just going to go out there. But this is kind of funny to watch. As it's just slowly getting hammered back into place. Oh, it's like watching paint dry. When's it going to stop moving? It's like watching the DVD screensaver bouncing on the screen, waiting for it to just get right into the corner. Here's a question. Is that my only corner that's damaged? Yeah, right front's fine. Left rear's fine. Left front's fine. It's just the right rear that we need to just get hammered back into place. How much time we have now? Still 3 minutes. And still 6 minutes until I can even register for the fixed race. Why did my car just turn on? I wasn't live. Why did it rewind on me? You see how far that wheel moved? Okay, this is going to make me just feel better. We're just going to watch it. Look how fast it's going. Oh, it's still not there. That's pretty funny. I was expecting it to be just like it'll just suddenly snap into place, but no, this like creeping 1/10 of a millimeter at a time. Wait, is it not moving anymore? We're going out. Wait. Before I do that, let's make sure I have a wing. I have a wing. We're going. Perfect. Just a little damage. It's fine. The goal here is just get to where I am a lap up on anybody that's behind me, at least. So that I can quit as soon as we hit 45, or as soon as we get the white flag, I can just park it, not lose a spot, and get over to the fixed race with plenty of time to get my 2 laps in this time. Definitely don't think it's going to matter in the grand scheme, because I think that the next fixed series is going to have a pretty low strength of field again. But I can at least give myself the best shot possible. The person's name is Ah Win. That is a meme name if I've ever seen one. I don't believe that that's on a driver's license, let alone a 2. Nguyen. That is not a real person.
We got damage on the front end. We've got damage on the left side.
Oh, oh, that's another X. Oh, man. 5X. That's the limit. But, I mean, a contact had to happen at some point. We weren't going to get through the entire week at a street course and not have a contact and an issue like that. It was bound to happen. Three wide and I had nowhere else to be. Exactly. I mean, we were even, you could argue 4 wide at one point. We weren't 4 wide door to door, but there was 4 lanes of cars. It was just chaos at the start. Especially because we went 3 wide through the hairpin. That just bunched everybody up, made everybody have a bad day. There was just nothing good to come out of that. We might gain a spot here. Carlos is in the pits. Depends on what he's there for. We'll see when we come around the next time if we gain a lap here. Oh, I'm too used to the higher. You know what? I'm not even going to say that I'm used to the fixed setup and that's why I'm missing corners. I've got damage. Blame the car. It's not me. Actually, I can't make that joke anymore. I was about to say that's the Mercedes way. But I'm not in a Mercedes anymore. That is one of those moments that makes people look at top splits and say they're really not any better. Because 4K is pretty stout for a top split. Looks like I still need to gain 1 more lap to get a position on Carlos. Oh yeah, it's definitely because the car is damaged that I'm not getting those turns. 100%. No, I think it's me. I think I'm not braking hard enough, not braking early enough, one of the two, or both. Carlos dropped out. That is a guaranteed spot. We are going to get a P12 after all. That's called moving up. And what sucks is I'm actually feeling like the car's got a good pace in it right now. That's all right. This is just good practice at this point. Saw another car in the pits.
Faster car coming up quick. Car on your left. Still there. Stay on the left. Your left.
Oh. Don't even know how to address this person. I had no idea that was going to go for it. That could have been bad. I didn't know they were there. The only reaction I have to that name is to call them Peach. Gonna move up a spot this time by. Actually, Race Lab already has me up one spot. Never mind. It will be official this time by. Carlos is now 4 laps down. That moves me up. And if Justin's still there in 2 minutes, that'll be another spot. Oof. That's a lot more damage.
You got wheel damage. If you want one of your wheels is out of alignment, you'll have leg grip out there.
Yeah, that was a big yikes. 27 minutes to drive like this? Oh boy. We're not beat balled.
Faster car coming up quick.
Oh man, I didn't know that corner could do that much damage. I was just totally spaced out, not paying attention to how much I was pushing at all. Ooh, this could be a problem. The car feels fine. It's just how far off center the wheel is very strange. This is one of those points when force feedback is very important because I'm basically driving by the feel of where the wheel is giving me the resistance, not so much where the wheel is pointed. But this is one of those times when people catch me and it's on or near a straight, I just got to let them all by as quickly as possible. Well, I think my streak of gaining safety rating is gonna be toast after that. 7 incidents against 21 laps instead of 23. It's not a good look after a 0x in the fixed series. Although, to be fair, only 2x of that really is my fault. Well, 3x, that's right. I had that off track. That was a lone off track. Gotta take credit for that too, I suppose. Not built for short sprint races. They require aggressive, in-your-face racing to win it. Not your style. You race endurance, focusing on consistent and smart moves. Beat the top guys that way, but sprint aggression isn't how you drive. It's true. I mean, do you consider, because I think what I'm hearing is you consider 45 and 35-minute races a sprint still? Because honestly, I think anything over 20 minutes is out of the realm of sprint. But that's me personally. Yeah, I got you. No, that's fair. I'm not arguing the point at all. Not disagreeing with you. It's just the way that I race 35 and 45-minute races is I don't push for in-your-face racing until the last 5 to 10 minutes. I think that's the only time it's warranted. Honestly, through all of that on lap 1, I was trying to just make sure everybody survived through there with how bunched up we got in turn 17 and then again in turn 1. And it just didn't work out. Even if I disagree, it's not going to change your mind about me. I like you. Appreciate it, bud. Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong either. I guess it's just how I approach them. I don't feel like they're sprints. I definitely, I'll say it this way. I recognize a tangible difference between how people race in a 20-minute race versus a 35-minute race. GT3 Fixed is by far the most aggressive, cutthroat, kill or be killed style of racing there is. I think that 60 minutes and 90 minutes is like the sweet spot between being long enough. You just want to be able to that. I appreciate you. Yeah, 60 and 90 minutes I think is the sweet spot between being long enough to have for everybody to have a long race mindset without being so long that you need to set aside an entire day to do the race. You know what I mean? There's people out there that if you disagree, you don't stop messing with you. Well, I appreciate that you're not one of those. Because I know what you mean. And that's the beautiful thing about motorsport, is this is the place where we can come, sit at a table, have a gentlemanly conversation about the merits of what makes a sprint race or an endurance race. As I'm just trying to nurse this thing back around for the next 20 freaking minutes. This is the point where when Nico catches me on the back straight, even if he's not very close, I'm letting him by, because at this point I'm going to hold him up here soon.
on your left. Stay on the left.
Oh, I didn't mean to make him go off track right there. I don't know that he knew that I was getting out of the way. Oh, he gave me a thank you. Okay, so we're cool. You're welcome, Nico. Oh, the car in front is pitting. What does that mean? Nothing. Means I'm going to stay P11, bro. Here's the thing. I am 3 laps up on Juan Pablo, 2 laps up on Justin. I'm not even sure if Justin's still in the race anymore.
Stop the car coming up quick. Left side. Stay on the left. Stay left.
And my one job at this point is just don't ruin anybody else's day for the next 14 minutes.
Looks like you got about 5 laps to go left.
I say 14 because I'm not going to go the whole distance. I just need to get to where I won't lose a spot. Oh, look. Is back again. What did I say? I was going to call them Peach. That's right. Peach is back. I wonder if I hit the wall in a right-hander. If I clip the apex in a right-hander, will that knock my wheel back into alignment and straighten me back out? Should I test that? We're not going to test that.
Stop the car coming up quick.
I do think I am just going to get out of the way of that, though. Oh, nothing to do. It's one of those moments when, you know, I try to read all the things about how to make your stream more engaging, how to be better at talking to yourself. And not gonna lie, it is very hard to make this type of a race entertaining. I need to come up with like a stand-up comedy routine or something. You know what? We're going to pit now. We're just going to go ahead.
Pit boxing.
Because truth be told, I will need fuel.
Right here.
So I may as well
Repairable.
go ahead and get some fuel. Any question if it's an endurance or if it's a sprint? I think it's a sprint. Google says it's a sprint. I mean, that's fair. I will challenge and say, make sure that it's not the AI saying that it is a sprint. Make sure it's real people. Not that you're not a real people. Let's see. I'm going to let this run down to 2 minutes. We're just going to let them hammer out that extra little bit. It's not going to make that big of a difference. And this way I will come out with a really, really sizable gap to other cars around me. And Juan Pablo is 3 laps back, so I'm not at risk of losing a spot by just letting this get repaired a little bit more. I can see the 5th place GTP coming out of turn 16. I want to come out right behind them. That's the plan. It's from the AI overview. I gotcha. I mean, usually it gets that from a article somewhere. Personally, I just like to make sure that I figure out where did it find that information and just see what it came from. Because it is a real thing that AI has been referencing itself to be confidently incorrect about information. So sometimes those articles that it pulls the information from aren't written by people. So that's the only reason I say that. I'm a millennial by age, but I'm a boomer by mistrust of technology. And nothing has brought out my inner boomer more than AI. Don't have anything against it. I just think that it gets used wrong a lot. Also, I wish RAM wasn't so expensive. If there's one good thing that's coming out of AI, though, it's that it is driving the need for nuclear energy again. You know, the cheapest, safest, most efficient form of energy. So if nothing else, at least we're getting nuclear power plants again. This is less than optimal. You know what was less than optimal was getting completely murdered on lap 1. What do you think of that? Not much time left. This will soon finally be over. We'll get to go have one more shot for a race tonight. How do you even know if the internet is real people? Exactly. You can't. Pretty much every article, if you scroll to the end of it, it's going to say who wrote it, and it's always going to be a real person's name. But studies have found that there are websites out there that, even though it says that it's written by a person, it was AI generated content. And then that AI generated content is being referenced by Google's AI in searches to present information as fact. And the source information in the original article was not accurate because it was just put out by AIs, which have a, I can't remember the name of it. There is a like compliance mode or something. There's a name for it. When the AI is basically trained to not say, I don't know, or encourage a reader to go like find the information for themselves, and it just gives them fake information. So there's enough of it out there like that that just gives me pause. Use AI for spell checking to make sure it makes sense. Sometimes you struggle to get your point across. Yeah, and stuff like that is fine, because what you're doing there is you're basically using it as a tool to proofread yourself. When you do it that way, you're still filtering the information out through a person before you go and use that. You being the person that's filtering it. The problem is there's articles that have been put out that was just spit out by AI, wasn't filtered through a person, and then other AI is now referencing that as factual information. Anyway, I don't mean to take us down a doom and gloom rabbit hole on the state of technology. I just don't have anything better to do. Because I died inside and on track. Whoop. You're reading about a similar subject, but it was due to a law case. I gotcha. We have, at my job, we have very specific trainings about how we can or can't use AI, including Google searches. The AI was referencing cases that never existed, pulling off of YouTube videos. Yeah, that's sus. I haven't driven this car enough to know if upshifting to second and slower corners is a faster way to get around. Supreme Court needs to end the use of AI in a case. You know, it may eventually come to that, where something's going to get up to the Supreme Court. That will be a field day for conspiracy theorists. Because I can see it now. Supreme Court throws out a case, and everybody will just immediately start saying, okay, well, which tech supergiant bankrolled which judges? Because, I mean, think about that. if you've got the powerhouses of Amazon, Google, Microsoft, all pumping just obscene amounts of money into AI, that will be quite the news cycle. Oh, use of AI period. I got you. Oh, just for a lawyer can't use it. I see what you're saying. I mean, yes, I would say that a lawyer using AI is probably not good. If I were the plaintiff or the defendant, I would be a little upset about that. I just need a white flag now. I really need to get out of this race. I want to qualify for the next one. I think I need to complete one more lap though, at a minimum, which is gonna still put me, oh, and I missed this corner big time. Not paying attention. Perfect. That is my cue to get out of here. I'm on the white flag lap. I can't lose a spot. We're leaving. See ya. That's enough of that. Oh. Broke the spotter for a second. You're just babbling about everything right now. Dude, you're fine. It's not like I've got something better to do. Putzing around with a busted car. No, you're all good. At least I'll have time to qualify. But watch. This is the night we're going to have. Ready? We're going to get into this race, and it's going to be just monsoon. Like full on. Florida's getting hit by a hurricane. Rain. It's about to happen. But let's see. Where are we sitting in Division 2 right now? I think we're third. Yes, sir. Third place. But I don't think this third place is going to hold. That's the problem. Because we've got Laszlo Szabo, who's at 7 weeks, and Alex Boyat, who's also at 7 weeks. I think both of them are going to participate at some point before the season turns over, and they're going to get bumped up. It's going to happen. I think they were the only two that I am worried about. So I need to go find another 16 points. I need 138 points from a race to take the second spot. I don't believe Velen is going to do another race. So if I can get to P2, because P1, that's out of the question. I'm not going to get 260 points in a race. That's just out of the question. But if I can get to the P2 spot, I have a chance at getting a championship this season in IMSA Fixed. Oh, it's a 2,400 strength of field, but there's 8 drivers. That basically means win or bust. Hey, it could happen. Nothing is impossible. It's going to come down to me and Emiliano, who is in the BMW. So this could be a fight. And there is a minuscule 14% chance of rain at the end of the race. Last race of the night for coming up. Might have a good chance of racing more next year. 2-year-old will be 3 and going to school. I got you. Well, there you go. Yeah, the way I see it is I will have plenty of time in my empty nest years and in my retirement to do all the racing that I want. Right now, it's a blessing that I'm busy and that I have stuff to take my kids and go do. Well, let's see what kind of pace this lobby has. Like I said at the start, basically winner or bust here. Only 8 cars in class. It's a good strength of field. But unfortunately, because there's only 8 cars, what's that going to be, like 15 or 16 points for each position back? So even a P2 is not going to be enough. I definitely need to do more send into turn 17. It's looking good so far. That hurts. Didn't give me a contact 0x, so I think we escaped with it there. But clipping those two walls really scrubbed off a lot of time.
There's the flag. It's over.
Well, I held pole that entire second lap. So see if that holds to the end. Got enough time to do a practice end lap, so we're just going to go ahead and go for it. This Mustang is wild. Another thing you don't like to do is buy your setup. You like to create your own and don't feel like doing that every week. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I have a subscription to Hymo, and it's one of those things where I go back and forth on whether it's actually worth it. It's nice having the Hymo one because I get basically every car, every series, but don't know if the value is there every single week. Sometimes fixed setup is more than enough. Honestly, a lot of times fixed setup is more than enough. You've created all of the next setup so far? Oh, nice. And that's even its own monster because it has such specific ground clearance requirements that are different than everywhere else. Well, all right, legitimately on pole. Half a tenth clear of P2. Here's the question. So he did improve his second. So that was his second lap. I was wondering if that was a first and he didn't get his second. But no, legitimately starting on P1. No pressure. Emiliano is in the OP car for the week. He's in the BMW. What we got to do right here is we got to execute, get it to the end, get the win here.
Looks like there's rain in the area. Be mindful.
If I can get the
You're on a dry
P1 in this split, I'll actually be pretty good on
The estimated
points.
SOF is
And nothing to worry about with rain. The rain is 45 minutes away. This is a 35-minute race, so we are all set. But this is one of those moments where execution is paramount. Also, just got to make sure we get through the first couple of turns. Because it didn't happen last turn, or last race. We didn't even make it to turn 4.
Still waiting on 2 cars to
Wait a second, are there no GTPs? There are no GTPs in this split.
Waiting on the final car to grid.
That's a GTP right there. What am I talking about? There's none in the standings. Oh, there they are. Okay, there's 3 of them. Never mind. I just needed to scroll up. Find that fishy that they refresh the tires for a lot of things and people still don't adjust the tire pressure. I think that cold tires is just
Catch up 1. Catch up 9. Car.
what am I trying to say? I think that it's just a optimal tire temp for a lot of things. you do a lot more tire temp adjustment in ovals than in sports car. And I'm assuming Formula car is probably the same as sports car. Oh, feeling the pressure already. This is the moment. Gotta execute. 35 minutes of distance. Just need to be P1 by the end of it. Treat this race a little more endurance than sprint. You do play with tire pressures? I got you. So me personally, I've tried making changes to setups. It seems like every time I try to do something, it does the exact opposite of what I intend. Even if I would look at the setups and go, oh, I need to increase my spring rate. If I try doing the opposite thing, it still has the opposite effect of what I intend. Only when it's a cold track. Oh, okay. I got you. Well, it is not a cold track right now. It's 100 degrees. Where was bro going?
Jet stop 1, stop. Jet stop 9, stop. Get ready, going green.
Here we go.
Pace car is in. Move out, green flag, green flag.
Jumping the start, as is my right. If they're not going to make multi-class starts, I'm going to continue to start like that. Oh, don't worry, man. Appreciate you hanging around and chatting as always. Family first, bud. Family's greater than pixel cars. As predicted, my fight is just going to be with Emiliano to get this win.
Fueling up now. Get it to the peak.
My hope is just going to be that he struggles to find the pace in that car, and that I can take care of mine, and this should be no problem. Little sketchy. We made it. Carried a little too much speed into turn 16. Pace is looking good right now. No pressure from the cars behind at the moment. Just need to settle in here, keep this pace up. This really has me inclined to think maybe I should be doing fixed in the open series. This track temp's 102, it's not that much cooler. I mean, yeah, 10 degrees is 10 degrees, but... One second is also 1 second. Car also just feels really happy, not like I'm struggling for grip in any corners right now. Already 7 minutes in. My dash is lying to me. Kind of lying. The predicted time is at least right. Gap is up to 5 seconds. You love to see it. They're both back there doing 56s. Easily the fastest car on track right now. Just need to keep the pace up. As I totally smoked that corner. I'm just too tight. I'm tight through the underpass section. Just need to settle down, trust the car, hit my marks through there. Pace fell off there, but Emiliano did too. Elvin and Colin have found the sub 56. So need to keep an eye on those gaps, but they are racing each other right now. So hopefully that'll back them up a little bit as they battle. See, that's how you underpass, nice and smooth. Elvin and Colin still line astern. No change in position yet. Chicken nuggets are done. Welcome back. Virtually nothing has happened. We're close to 7 seconds ahead. Just been out here by myself for the last 13 minutes. Pace is good. Just need to get this one executed to the end. So I see yours is a chicken nuggets connoisseur. Mine are Eggo waffles and mac and cheese, not together though. And they particularly like the white cheddar shells. That's their favorite. But the one thing that I got right as a parent is both of them love frozen pizza. I shouldn't say that. Not the one thing I got right. One thing I'm really proud of getting my kids accustomed to is frozen pizza. If we ever tell them we're having a frozen pizza night, they lose it. I tried Screaming Sicilian the other night because that's Cam Evans' sponsor. And I didn't actually know that it's a local to Milwaukee, Wisconsin company. So I figured, well, we'll give them a try, support local business. And I like Cam Evans, so wanted to try it out. It's actually really good. I highly recommend it. I don't know if it's shipped internationally. At least here in the Midwest, we have it. 4-year-old's autistic. He likes waffles. He calls them tacos. That's fantastic. Does he also call syrup salsa? Because that would be amazing. All right, 7 seconds the distance. I'm saying we're only going to get 18 laps, but I think we'll go 19 based on the time we're doing. Say that to say I don't trust the fuel. I'm going to go off my calculations, which, assuming I'm doing 0.94 per lap, which I am, and sub 56 time, we should get 19 laps. So I'm going to take a safe amount of fuel because I absolutely do not want to lose this because I underfueled. Plus, I have the time delta to spare for it. There's no reason to not to. I'm pretty sure that Fareed is going to catch us on the backstretch, which is perfect. He should get by here, no trouble at all. There's only one other GTP in this race. Not seeing the other one on the track map, so he may be day done. That would be good news for me. Still 5 laps till we pit. It's just going to be a park it and splash, no tires. Tires are unchecked. We're ready to pit. 5 more laps. Pace is still looking good. Looks like whoever's in the Mercedes pit for the undercut.
About 5 laps to the left.
Yeah, I really think we're going to get 19 laps. I'm not trusting the lap counter at all. I think we got 19 laps last time. I'm positive we did. How long have I been sim racing? Well, I've been a member of iRacing 3 years, but I have been playing racing games all the way back to Gran Turismo 3 and Forza Motorsport. So if you count in all those years on console gaming, which was mostly done with controller, I'll admit, a little bit of time with like a Logitech here and there, that's like 20 years. But I would certainly say that the likes of Gran Turismo, Forza Motorsport, those didn't teach me anything about controlling the car and listening to how it responds to inputs and things. Definitely not to the level of sims like iRacing. I like to include those games just because that gave me a lot of track knowledge more than anything else. Three laps till we pit. iRacing Arcade looks better than ACC. It's a pretty looking game. I got to give it to them. If iRacing Arcade is anything to say for what the new graphics engine will look like whenever it actually comes to iRacing that they keep teasing, I'm excited. Because there are certainly areas where iRacing shines and looks really good, and others where it doesn't, particularly trees. Like, these trees just don't look good. And I don't have them at the highest setting, I'll admit, but Even putting on 2-pass trees, they don't look great. So I'm excited for the graphics engine refresh when we do get it. Again, just tight through the underpass, not relaxed. It's not how you do it. But still, almost 10 seconds to Emiliano. We are just pulling away. You love to see it. Two more laps and then we're pulling in. What do we got? Coming to 10 minutes to go. And we're officially 10 seconds clear of the field. Woof.
Running low on fuel. Why not?
Thought the graphics refresh was supposed to come out last year. They have been talking about it for a long time. They did roll out a lighting update, but that was just like sunlight reflections and shadows. It wasn't the full graphics engine refresh that they've been talking about for so long. All right, pitting this time by. It's going to be the critical moment. I was just wondering if I had any tips for someone who's getting into sim racing. You've been driving for about 5.5 months so far. Yeah. So first question I have is, what is your wheelbase and pedal setup? Because that will color how I respond. I will say that there is, if you're talking about iRacing specifically, there is an update coming next week actually, where they are going to add a feature where you can keybind turning the racing line on and off while you're on track. And they're also adding a feature where you can take a reference car and stagger it a few seconds, like a few tenths to a few seconds ahead of you. So the best way to learn tracks after the update is going to be have that button bound. If you don't know a track, that's okay. Use the racing line to learn it. And then once you've done a couple laps to kind of sight in the break points, turn it off, race with the reference car ahead of you as well. That's either your best time or have a, or get a reference time that you can pull down to put in front of you to help you find some pace.
Right here.
But the general tip I give everybody of how can you get better at iRacing, it all matters where you're looking when you're driving. You don't want to be focused just on the road right in front of you or the car right in front of you. You want to be using points on the track or points off track as references of where you look, because that's where you want the car to go. So you're looking for your braking point, your apex, your corner exit point, and then down track where you want to be. So like right here, my eyes follow the curb, look to the next curb, follow the curb, look to the next curb, follow the curb, and that's just where my eyes are going. Now I'm looking to where I want to point the car. Kind of overshot it a little bit, looking at the apex. There it is. Look at the exit point. Now I'm looking down track. If you get yourself accustomed to looking where you want the car going, rather than referencing the racing line or something else that's in front of you that is like another car or something that's really more of a distraction, that helps you find those extra bits of pace. The reason I ask about your setup is the most important upgrade anybody can make, in my opinion, is your brake pedal. If you have a Logitech, you can get a load cell converter that's like $75 that I used to great success for a while. And having that consistent brake feel and it being based on pressure and not pedal travel also helps you get a lot faster. Those are R12 V2. Hey, look at that. Me too. Those are R12 right here. And Simtrex pedals. Hang on 1 second. Whoop. Whoop. All right, I see that you'd sent what your pedals were, but I haven't had a chance to read that yet. Sorry, give me 1 second. Simtrex, basically the same as Husingfeld. Okay. So then, if you can adjust the maximum load of your brake pedal, then I suggest you do that to something that's comfortable for you, because like I calibrate my pedal to a 40 kilogram load, but I'm not using 40 kilograms of force all the time. I have some Magic P1000 hydraulic pedals, so a little different than a load cell, but kind of the same. But the way you find pace is getting on the brakes just enough that you reach that threshold where the ABS is going to kick on, or where you're going to lock tires if you're in an open wheel. You want to find that spot and stay just below it so that you're getting maximum grip under braking. And you want to be slowed down enough to the point when you start to turn in for the corner, you can bleed off the brakes and start to trail brake. That helps get the car rotated around the corner, doesn't overload the front tires, and it helps you maintain pace over a whole race distance. Sorry if that was a bit of information overload, but there you go. That's my 5-minute spiel of how to get good. Appreciate you stopping by and chatting, Henry. I think we have 3 laps to go. I don't think we have 2. Just about shipped it. Ooh. That was close. That could have been the whole race right there. All good. Appreciate it. You're in the ARL GT3 League. Oh, hey. Welcome. The guys who was P1 at VIR last week and ruined the beginning of the race. Oh, that sucks. I hate that. I've done that plenty of times. You'll get used to the pressure of being at P1. It just comes with time. Speaking of time, that's the last tip I'll give you. There is no substitute for seat time. The only way to get better is turn laps. It's an old-fashioned way of doing things, but no amount of studying can make up for the practice that you get or the experience that you get racing. Real people, especially. Online racing, not just AI racing. Because the AI, I mean, iRacing does a good enough job, but it's just not the same. You don't have the same type of interaction. And it doesn't make you necessarily a better driver. It helps you maybe get being a better hot lapper, but not a better racer. It doesn't teach you as much racecraft. Got stage fright, knowing you and James were behind you. Oh, I actually wasn't at VIR last week. I had to miss that one, which is a shame. I love VIR. But I will be there for our race tomorrow, or Thursday, not tomorrow. And I don't know James very well yet, but he seems like a pretty chill guy. And I can speak for myself that the race that we do in there, 40 minutes, that's a long distance. That's the other thing, is try to treat races like you've got to focus on the whole distance. So people always talk about you can't win it in turn one. Well, I would even take that a step further and say you can't win it in the first 60% of the race. It's better to just kind of feel out the race that you're in, find out what your pace is, what the pace of people is around you. You don't need to push and try to force those moments until really the last 5 minutes. 10 minutes sometimes, but last 5 minutes, last 2 laps, that's when you push. If you're not in distance to make a move with 2 laps to go, then there's a lot you could have done better pace-wise prior to that. That's the way that I approach it anyway. Thought I was? No, unfortunately, no. I had to back out because I was in safety rating trouble after last Tuesday at Monza. I had so many issues, not just with getting car contacts, but getting a bunch of off tracks and things. It was a rough day. I was down to like a 1.3. And with the end of the season coming up, I didn't want to lose my I rating right before season 2. Not I rating, lose my A rating right before season 2 and not be able to do IMSA in season 2. So I backed out so I could do some officials because I only get Tuesday and Thursday to drive. So I could grind my way back. And honestly, it wasn't worth it because I only got up to like a 1.7 by the end of the day Thursday. So I really wish I was there for League, but I won't be missing any next season. I'm looking forward to season 2. I like the ARL group of guys. It's a good group. It's going to be fun to race with them every week. One more corner is all we got left. Came into this knowing I needed a win for it to count, for me to have a shot at getting the IMSA Fixed Championship. And a win is what we got. 2 corners to go, and we're going to bring it home. It feels good to get one. That is the 3rd win on the season. It has been a hot minute since I've had 3 wins in a season. It's been a good couple of weeks. No pressure, led the whole way. Oh, that's a good one to end on. Appreciate all the information. Yeah, season 2 is going to be a lot more fun. Not that season 1 wasn't fun, but I definitely agree. Looking forward to the track selection. Looking forward to them adding more paid tracks. Because paid tracks is just where it's at. These cars do so much better at ones you have to license. There it is, P1. We're going to call it a night right there. Feels good to get one. All right, I'm going to be back on Thursday. We'll start at the same time, 7:30 Eastern. We'll do one IMSA race, and then we're going to have the ARL League. We'll see you there, Henry. And that probably will be it for Thursday. I'm going to have to get signed off pretty early. I got a lot of work I got to get done on Friday, unfortunately. So it'll be a short night Thursday. And then next week for week 13, there will be no stream. With week 13, I take that week just to kind of reset, get myself set up for the new season. Don't do any streaming or racing during that one. So Thursday, we got one IMSA race and the ARL League race, and then we'll take a week off and be back for season 2. Thanks for joining, everybody. Henry, Phoenix, it was good chatting with you guys. Brad, Mrs. O'Malley, and who else was chatting? Ernie? Zach Nerney? He was in here. Yeah. I appreciate talking to all of you. It was a fun night, everybody. Have a good night and see you Thursday. That's right, man. We'll see you Thursday. You have a good night, too.